Yo, all right, everybody, welcome back to another conversation here at The World Can Wait. Today, we are joined by three women as we talk about sisters in arms. We're going to talk about the female's perspective experience in the military. As you might have heard yesterday if you tuned in, um, no matter the branch, the year or era that you served in, what field you served in, there's some things about the experience that are going to be the same, and there's some things that are going to be different. So what we wanted to do was have an episode with just women to share a perspective that only they could share. And so we're joined by three active duty veterans from the Marine Corps, the Navy, and the Army to tell us what it's like or what it's been like for them serving in the military. So I'm going to throw it over to Dom. We're going to open up in some prayer and we're going to jump right in.
Right. Thank you, God, for this time and this conversation. I pray that we would be able to learn a lot about a perspective that we may not normally get to hear. I pray that we would be open to receive what we hear and move forward with that knowledge in a way that allows us to maybe help somebody else, to maybe understand somebody else in a way that we couldn't before. And we pray, amen.
Amen. Amen. All right. So we're going to start with the icebreaker. Everybody, if you do not mind, let's see. We're going to go in alphabetical order of the branch that you served in. If you'll tell us what branch you served and how old you were when you joined. I guess is that rude since it's women now? like dating, like never ask a woman her age.
I mean,
Sorry.
Okay, I'm proud to be my age. I look good. I was Army, so I'll go first. I was 18 when I joined.
Okay.
So
18 and in the
Um,
Army.
and I did
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I am Marines. I was 18 also when I joined, and I'm still active. This is my 6th year.
Oh,
I was Navy, and I was 17 when I joined, but 18 when I officially left. And I did 4 years.
He said, I'm done. I ain't playing your games. I don't want to do nothing. I'm done. Okay. All right. So like I was sharing before, and like I put in the outline I sent you guys, like it wasn't really an outline. It's just one question that I kind of want us to build off of, like have as our foundation and build off of, and go from there. And so I wanted to open it up with what is it like being a woman in the military, and through your own perspective, what is the difference in the male and the female experience in the military? Um, and I'd like to start with Abigail.
Okay. So when I heard this question, there's three main points that kind of come to my mind about the differences that we face, for me at least. And those are proving yourself, safety, and wanting to be seen as an equal while also being a woman, which kind of brings up an equity thing instead of an equality thing. So, for proving yourself from the very beginning, you join, and I see that I have to try so much harder just to get the same respect as all the guys around me, especially once you reach the ranks of a non-commissioned officer. So once you're in a position where you have to lead other people, the same way that a male corporal or sergeant could walk in and just be accepted for his rank, I would have to prove that I deserve the rank that I have before anyone's going to listen to me. That's one thing that I struggle with the most, especially when you have leadership before you, so you don't really know how to be a good leader, and then you're a woman on top of it. It's a hard thing to navigate, regardless, just getting promoted. So I think that was one of the biggest parts for me is like I always felt like I had to be the best at everything in order for people to want to listen to me. I would do so much more work than everyone else, and I felt like I had to constantly remind people like, hey, I did this, hey, I did this, and then I hated who I became because I don't want to be that girl.
Right.
Um, and it also brought up about this thing of proving yourself to other women. I don't know if you guys had this as well, and I was on the wrong side of it for a very long time. As I grew up, I realized that. But like the girls who did get pregnant, I'm like, wow, I'm working so hard to make this not a stereotype, and you guys are getting pregnant. And then I grew up and I was like, wow, they're just trying to exist in a world
Hmm.
as women. Like that's so normal. And I want to have a family now, and I don't care about the stereotype, but I know that having to prove yourself and feeling that pressure and all the things you have to go through, I feel bad that I even put people in that position. Has anyone else, have you guys experienced that? The other
Yeah.
women?
Definitely. And even like there was 2 women in my division that got pregnant, and one wasn't a hard worker, so she was congratulated because it's like, yeah, just leave, please, you're in the way. But the other woman that got pregnant was a very hard worker, and so she got like raped, like it was like offensive to people that she got pregnant.
Mhm.
And so it was a very different handling of it just because one had value and the other didn't in
Right.
their eyes. Yeah.
Mm.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really interesting, man. You know, like I was telling you guys earlier on my boat, there was the only females we had were officers, and so I didn't really do much interacting with females while I was active. But I do remember the way that we viewed even like the female officers. Like oh 1, 2, 3, 4. One of our COs was a female, and you know I'm thinking back, and there was no respect for her, and ultimately the only reason could have been was because she was a woman. It was like we never saw her doing anything terrible or that put us in danger or jeopardy. We just talked recklessly about her, and I, for the life of me, I can't think why, other than she was a woman, and that sucks, you know. What about you, Sina?
I'm listening and I just have the opposite um experience. Like when I got pregnant, it was like having 100 parents around me. So but then again, it could be what I did for a living in the military. I was HR, so we're in the office. Um, we're in cubicles, so it's just like I mean, if your hands ain't broke, it doesn't matter if your belly is growing or not. So, like, you know, I mean, it wasn't, I mean, they gave me like 4 baby showers. So I was
That's
like,
a come up.
yeah, they was like, I mean, I feel like they talk crap about other things than once a female got pregnant. I think they was worried about people's social life more than they didn't really care about, like I said, it was more, I think it had to do with like my position of what I did. And I think that's why, to be honest, it really didn't matter. Because I do feel like if I did something else in the military, then like they would probably been like, oh, she's probably in the way. But to be honest, I just never heard anyone from my experience talk crazy about women getting pregnant. So this is just like really odd that they're not odd, but it's shocking to hear that.
Well, I'm glad it's shocking.
The military
Really
that
shocking.
you can't even get, like I'm listening to like you can't even plan to have a family or a baby because they're saying no. That's kind of like discriminating. Like, how can you not tell me what to do with my body? So it's just
When she said that, I felt the same way. I was like, I mean, but you know, they own you.
Tell me what to do with my body, and it's a penalty if I get pregnant. Like I'm like not supposed to procreate, but I mean
That's what's crazy to me to hear. And especially what Rachel was saying about the differences. Like, okay, she's not hardworking, so whatever. But you like add value. You can't live your life out. You can't do what you want to do. And it makes me think, back to what Charlie said earlier on, like this was not built. This whole thing was not built for women. And so
I don't know how it is for the other branches, but for my boat specifically, if a girl got pregnant, she immediately was like, she wasn't allowed to pick up anything. It could be 5 pounds. She's not allowed to lift it. She's not allowed to be around any chemicals. And I worked on guns, so it's like everything we did was with a chemical to clean the gun.
Yeah.
So she couldn't even be in the vicinity. And so she was immediately, like both cases, they were immediately outcasts because they can't be near you. And if she gets pregnant when she first gets to the boat, well, they're not sending a replacement. So now we all have to pick up the slack. And that also makes them more of an outcast because now we're mad that we all have to do more work. Like, and it's not their fault. Like, you want to have a family, that's great, but it's also ingrained in you that if you want to have a family, this isn't the place for you.
Yeah.
That's sad. And
Yeah,
wicked.
which is it's so odd because you know, you just said it, like if you want to have a family, this isn't the place, and I agree with that 1000%. I have witnessed so many families and relationships fall apart for various reasons while being in the military, right? Like, I mean, I'm sure you've all heard the stories like, oh, Jody's with your wife, like all the crazy stuff, right? And there's so many benefits and incentives for people who have families. And so it's like, it's almost why would you not? Like there was this trend on my boat, and I ain't trying to get none of y'all in trouble, nothing crazy, but there was like this trend on my boat, and I was trying to hop on it myself. I'm not even gonna lie, where we was just trying to get married to get that BAH. You know what I mean? It's like, and so I remember reaching out to like a really good friend of mine saying, "Hey, let's get married. I'll give you $400 a month." And she was like, "All right, cool." And it was about to happen, and then things happened, and I got out. And so it's like there's a punishment for the things that there's also these incentives for. And like you were saying, Rachel, it's kind of hard for this mentality and this environment to not be established where you getting pregnant is a no-no because you're not getting a replacement until it's time for the replacement. Now you're creating more work for us. What about your shipmate? You know, it's like, so now you're being selfish, but you're just really being a human. And I think that there's kind of this idea that just because you're in the military, you're grown and you function as like a fully grown adult. You know, it's like how many people joined at 8? Like all of y'all joined at 18, right?
Yeah.
Like I joined at 20 and I got out at 24 and I'm just starting to figure life out now. You know what I mean? And so you got all these young kids in the military expecting them to make grown decisions on a regular basis. And I think that there's too many obstacles sometimes, or maybe too many opportunities to fall into these obstacles, I should say, rather. No, it's really interesting dynamic, you know.
I will agree. I think being a woman in the military, like she said, it's not even just the fact that you're a woman. I think there's just so many different categories that this conversation can go so many different ways because you have being a woman, period. Are you in a dominant job where even though I was in human resource, in my there's like 800 soldiers and there was like 50 women still in an HR department, right? Because they figured out, oh, they figured it out, you know, like, yo, this is the easiest
This is my
way.
spot.
This is well, and a lot of them, to be honest, did it because at first it was woman dominant. So most of them was like, I just want to be with a woman at. Like, I don't really
Yeah.
want to be with all the men all day. I don't want to look at men all day. So I just feel like and then it has to do with what you look like. So don't even be remotely attractive. And it was so crazy because me and Kenny was literally just having this discussion the other day and how women target other women just because you might have a nice body. So they will go out their way to, like, your uniform is just too tight, it's showing your curve. And I'm like, I'm not fat. So you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, so then it comes to like a battle with one another. And then it's just, I feel like the women, in my experience, is more harsh on us than the men were. Like, I didn't have nearly any grief from any male soldier, but all my problems was always with a female soldier. every last one of them. Like, and like she said, they're trying to prove themselves. And in that, they find the easiest targets, which is us.
Yeah.
Because you talking to a man, like you can, it's like there's only so much you can say back and forth, but a woman, you can talk about her hair, her makeup, her nails, her uniform, her shoes. Like it's so many things that you can nitpick at her for, where it then it becomes to this big explosive thing, and then it becomes a rank on rank thing, and then it just comes a whole lot of problems where, like, I had a soldier literally run across the parking lot just to tell another female soldier like a piece of hair that I didn't know how she saw was hanging from her bun. And I'm like, this can't be your motive from leaving lunch. Like all the things you're thinking about, you saw that across the parking lot and you had to because now you're a staff sergeant. When you was a sergeant, you didn't care. Now that you're a staff sergeant, you feel like it's your obligation to run across parking lots to tell a soldier she has a piece of strand missing from her bun.
Yeah.
So it's just like, you know, we have a lot of problems as a woman in the military.
Yeah.
It could go all day in 100 different ways. It's just like, what topic do you want to pick? Do you want to pick a, you know, color woman in the military? Do you want to pick the fact that you might have, you know, features that stand out as a person? It is crazy. It's just really a lot.
To piggyback on that, it's also kind of like you pick harder on the people that are more similar to you. Like my bun was it was back, but I always had some flyaways. Like I was never like I worked really hard, and so nobody really said anything to me because I was also a very sassy individual. So if you say something, I'm saying something right back. Like you're not gonna win.
Yeah.
But like I remember going through A school, which is right after boot camp, and as you said, like if you want to talk about like people that serve of color, like there was a Black woman standing next to me in rank, and she had her hair pulled back, and it was a bun, but a very short bun. Like she didn't have her hair like going around, but because it was so thick and curly, like it looked just like a bun. Like I would never have noticed that it was out of regs in any, like never. I stared at it because she got like one of our instructors came over and like called her out on it and was like, why are you doing this? And like mocked her. And I'm like looking at it like, what is wrong with her bun? I have questions. Like, and at that time, you're not in a place to like stick up for one another. But I wanted to so bad because I like, even now I think about it. I'm like, what was so wrong about her bun? I'm dying to know.
Mm. Yeah.
That's just the ice of like that's just the beginning of like hair alone, right? That's a whole nother topic
Yeah.
within itself because like you know braids, dreads, locks, cornrows, buns, like even long hair, and it's so crazy because now like Talia's going to the Air Force and they just changed the whole reg, and now they're allowed to have like a braided ponytail, like how your hair is braided, like in the back now, and I'm just like, I'm like, why did it take so long to figure out that your hair does not, like, you can't ask me to put my hair up like yours because it doesn't work that way. It doesn't.
hair.
I'm like, if it's off your collar and it looks neat, I don't see the problem. But to this day, it's an ongoing battle for females in hair of every race. To be honest, it's crazy.
And that's just hair.
We're just talking about hair.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I think Cena, you brought it up, and then Rachel, you kind of piggybacked on it, which I love the word piggyback. Very military.
Very military.
The talking about kind of how, as women tend to like pick on women more, and it reminds me of a conversation that we had last year sometime that that Dom brought up, where we were talking about Black respectability, where like sometimes as Black people we feel like it's our responsibility to be the gatekeepers for other Black people so that we can avoid the stereotypes that we know are on us, right? And so it sounds like there's a similarity there, which kind of brought to mind this idea that what if the issues that we're seeing in our world aren't so much like, and I'm not trying to minimize what I'm about to say, it's going to sound, but like racism and sexism, and rather too many people are worried about the wrong thing. You know what I mean? Like we're trying to make sure that this person doesn't make a certain group of people look bad, rather than just making yourself look good, you know? Like, how has your experience in the military shaped the way you view yourself and women? Oh, that yeah, y'all weren't ready for that, and that was kind of low.
Yeah, I was like,
Like,
I don't want to talk
I
too
was
much.
thinking that's
So
crazy
I'm like,
because
who do you
I
want to answer?
yeah, I was thinking so hard because I'm like, to be honest, I didn't have many female friends, to be honest, in the military. I probably have three my whole career that I'm still talking to. But it's so crazy how my male drill sergeant from basic training I'm still in contact with, even though he gave me the hardest time in basic training. But it was a job, and he explained it as my career. He followed it and things of that nature. But um, they're catty, and it's just like it's hard enough. Like she said, it's hard enough just being a woman and coming to work and having to prove herself. Now I have to fight against you because you mad because for whatever reason that I look different in my uniform, or it's just like weird stuff. And it's just like I didn't socialize much. Like she said, I'm a little sassy. So, if you come crazy, I forget what's in the middle of your chest. And because I'm also a person, and I feel like us women in the military disrespect each other so much that we forget when we go home, we take this off and we go to Walmart. Nobody knows you're a master sergeant in anything. Nobody knows you're a colonel in anything. If you push them, they're gonna push you back. And a lot of military people have that issue after getting out, that nobody cares that you was a colonel. I don't care that you served 20 years. Nobody cares. If you get jazzy in line, you gonna get yeah, like, but and it's sad because I didn't have a good experience with women and feeling secure and feeling just feeling like, I feel like a sisterhood. It was not that for me at all.
yeah.
I mean, I have women that I'm still friends with that I served with, but they were not in my division. We did not work together. We were on the same boat, but we didn't interact throughout the day. We just went on Liberty together, which is totally different. But it does make me think though, like how Abigail was saying in the very beginning, it's like we work so hard to make the negative stigmas, like we want to break that. And for every person that's trying to break, I can't even think of the word right now. What's the word? Not stigma, but that's the only one that I can think of.
Stereotype.
Stereotype. Thank you, Abigail. For every person that's trying so hard to break a negative stereotype, there's like 3 that are proving it true. And like it's like your actions are directly reflecting on me, and that makes me angry. Like, so yeah, I'm gonna pick on you because you're a mirror of me, basically.
Yeah.
And I want you to be what I want myself to be. So I think that's part of it. But also, as Sina said, we're also catty.
Yeah. And that is
So,
a sad reality. Go ahead.
I put it like this, like if you guys have so many people to choose from who they want to be friends in the Marine Corps, especially like this, we have the least amount of females. I think it's like 11%, maybe between 7 and 12% are women. So guys have so many people to choose from. I might get 1 or 2 females in my unit. And what are the odds that you're gonna like 1 or 2 people, like the only 2 people that you get? You don't mesh with everybody. You have to find that one person you vibe with. Out of a whole unit of dudes, you probably have a group of 5 that you get along with. I don't have 5 out of 5,000 to choose from. So the odds that I'm actually gonna vibe with this person just as a friend in general are slim. But and especially like ranks, good luck finding one that's your rank that you can hang out with. But your question about how the Marine Corps has changed me, I grew up Marine Corps. My family's Marine Corps. Military is all I've ever known. I'm still in. Like I'm just married to this. So I can't really say specifically how the military has changed me because it's just who I am. But I know through it, I've learned so much, and I've become a different person based off of my negative experiences. The military put me through the absolute worst things I've ever been through that anyone would have to go through. And through them, I've grown and come out successfully on the other side of it. Which brings me to my second point of my 3 points of proving yourself and safety. So the Marine Corps is mostly men, and I know you, Sina, you were saying you didn't vibe with the women and you didn't have a sisterhood, but the Marine Corps has brought me a sisterhood because we don't feel safe. And I laugh because trauma.
Right, yeah.
So there's a brotherhood, of course. The guys are great. I actually feel lucky to be able to say that I came out on the bright side of it, because every other woman I know has not. And I'm going to talk about sexual assault now for anyone who's like listening or whatever. So I was sexually assaulted when I was 19 years old, and I was in the barracks. I was a private, and it was a sergeant that's E5, I was E1. He lived 2 doors down from me, and I was with my friend, female friend, and we were drinking underage, all the normal things that happen in the military. And he sexually assaulted me and raped her, and I reported it. And the whole process of reporting, most women don't. And there's so many reasons for that. One being retaliation. If your unit's going to accept you, are people going to talk bad about you? I don't want to be that girl. There's so many reasons. But I was like, the only reason I reported is because it happened to my friend, and I cared about her more than myself. So the whole process actually went through. I got him put in jail for 3 years, and I have to say that I'm lucky. Even though I was sexually assaulted, I'm lucky that my assailant was punished, because most aren't. I would go out on a limb and say 90% aren't, because 90% aren't reporting, and then out of the ones who do, like 2% go to court martial. So through all of my trauma, I was able to find a family in the Marine Corps, and through sisters and so many people who have experiences just like mine. And unfortunately, I'm the better side of it, and I've got to experience the good things about it. But I've found so many. I can't name one woman I know in the Marine Corps, even lesbians, trans, everybody who hasn't experienced sexual assault or sexual harassment. I can't name one. I've never in my life met one. So safety, we're not safe, and that's just how it is.
My brother is actually a Marine, and he's older than me. So I asked him when I was thinking about what branch to go into, and he told me pretty bluntly. He was like, "I love the Marines for a man. I see the way the women get treated, and I'll be damned if my sister gets treated that way." So that was a huge reason I did not join the Marines.
So it's
The
just
Army's
random.
rate, to be honest, on the I know we're speaking of women, but it's so on the Army side, I've heard more male assaults than female assaults, which is really all of it is sad and sickening. And I wondered why for us, why the men more than the women. And we went through, of course, we can take this 2 weeks, and we went to South Dakota, and one of the things was it was the women who was assaulting the men, which was very shocking and sad, because I'm just like in my head, like how, like how did that happen? Like, but one of the ones who was convicted gave her story, and she pretty much said, just like Abigail been saying, is that I had to prove myself so much that she started doing things like she was one of the guys, and she started, because this is what the leadership was teaching her, how they get respect and how they demand respect. So not are they only raping and not and sexually assaulting us as women, they're teaching us how to assault our others. And it's sad that it's not only men. it's women assaulting women. Now our numbers have went up. Um, and like I said, and I'm not blaming men. Let me be clear. I don't want to feel anyone feel like I'm bashing men. This is just an experience in our numbers. But it's if our males are teaching us this is how you get respect. And like Abigail said, if this is what you have to do as is like, how do I be a leader? Your upper ranks are supposed to be showing you leadership, right? So if this is what they're saying, and she said they literally was there with her and was like, tie his ASS up and take that money, pretty much. And she did. And she beat him bad, like bad. And they stood there and watched her and showed her how to. And that part was sickening itself to me. Um, but like she said, I have never again have met any female in my experience who hasn't been sexually assaulted on some level. And that's when it comes to women, I feel like there's so many levels of assault. We had dude sharing his penis through email. I don't even know why he thought that was a good idea. You know, like, and got caught, and why his fiance was 2 cubicles down. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like it's like, what do you do? And then most of them put us in a scare place to where, like she said, Abigail is probably one of the, out of all the ones I know, out of maybe 10 that I ever heard of going forward and reporting it. Most of them are scared to, because it's like, now I have to bring this up. I worked so hard to get here. I fought John and Bo for this position. Now I want it. Now I'm going to accuse someone of this position, and now it's going to look like it, and they make us feel like that's what it looks like. And like I said, it's just never. It's so crazy how it can go.
And it forces you to become a victim, which we're all like. If you're serving your country, then I don't think you have that victim mentality. Like, and so to force you to become something you've never wanted to be, that's terrifying. And you don't want to admit that to anyone. You just want it to not be real.
Yeah.
So that's extremely hard.
Miss Rachel, and I don't know if you have any experience or have any stories that you could share or feel comfortable sharing, but you know, kind of how Abigail and Cena were talking a little bit about sexual assault in the Marines and in the Army. Are you familiar with women in the Navy who like just made it through without being harassed by the dudes, or is that like not a thing?
No, harassment is a every single day thing.
Okay.
Where, and it's just so commonplace that it was okay. I can't say for the entire Navy, but for my specific situation, it was so commonplace that like you didn't really bring it up. And again, for everyone fighting to break that stereotype, there's one that's allowing it to continue. So, well, I had an LPO, which is just our boss, that he was so creepy. He was always like rubbing on your thigh, and you're just like, stop touching me, dude. Like, really, I hate it. But I had a higher ranking female petty officer in my division, and she would just like put sweet tarts in her mouth and let him eat them out of her. Like, and it was so gross, and oh man, it enrages you because it's like, that's why he does that, man. Stop. But you don't say anything because you never want to rock the boat. You don't want to be that girl, right? But yeah, I don't want to say that I don't know anyone, because unless it was really, really bad, you didn't talk about it. Like, I didn't tell anybody about the sweetheart thing. Like, it was just like a Tuesday.
Yeah.
But I do know, like, one time we were on Liberty, we go out to a bar, and one of the girls that I was kind of friends with, but not really, she was out with another Liberty recruit. She reported that the LPO she was out with did harass her at the bar. Like, she was wearing a skirt, he put his hand up the skirt, was not welcome. He reported him immediately when she returned, and the girl she was out with like, she was so mad at her for reporting him because the assault that she had done to her wasn't bad enough to be reported.
Mm.
Wow.
So it is the same like cattiness, the same like you don't want to be that girl, you don't want like kind of thing. Women are still kind of the worst
Yeah.
about the backlash, in my experience at least.
Yeah. And
Um,
go ahead.
you hit the nail on the head with like you don't want to be the victim when, especially I feel like Marines, they're held to this higher standard of like, oh, we're the most badass, we're the toughest, we have the hardest physical standards. So they ingrain that in you so hard. That's like your whole, that's what you're brought up on is like, oh, we're the best. So, oh my God, I finally made it here and now I'm gonna be the weakest. And like that's something that you really, that's like the last thing you want to happen, and you just want everyone to accept you, and you're working so hard. So yeah, you spot on with that. Man, I forgot there was another point you made that I was like, I love that. Oh, I forgot.
Well, I love the
Sorry.
sentiment. Thanks for even saying that.
Yeah.
Could you kind of like, I guess, talk us through that like what it's like navigating that internal conflict of like, this is inappropriate, it's awkward, it's unwelcome, yet I don't know if maybe the right words would be, I don't think this is far enough to report, or because like as you were saying it, I was like, yeah, that that's a thing, and, like not just in the military, but outside of the military, for any minority group in any space, it's like, all right, am I making this up? Is this really happening? Is this like is nobody else is bothered by it? So like, and then in the military, one of the things that came up yesterday is like, and I'm not really too sure on how all y'all other branches work, but I know like in the Navy, you got your division, the people that you work with that like on a regular basis, but then you got the other people on the boat that you might interact with, right? And it's like how you were talking about the friend that goes out. Well, now when she gets back, it's like, can we even trust her because she doesn't know how to take a joke?
Right.
So it's like,
That's the problem, that they think that it's a joke. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Like, just because you would do something doesn't mean the rest of us will do it. And like she said, it's that's why again I said it was hard for me to really find that sisterhood, because not only like you said we're battling it, it's just like if we go out and you might let John put his hand up your skirt and be cool with it, and that's not me to judge if you like it, but just know that it's not okay for me, and that's where it becomes a problem. Then it becomes, now we're talking about, oh, you think you're too good, or you think you're this and you think you're that, or I just don't want to do with his hand up my skirt at a bar that I'm not rocking with like that. Like, it could just be that simple, and unfortunately for us, it's just really not. It's sad is what it is. And it's like you said, it's just like I said, it could with sexual assault and just being disrespected as a female, like she said, is, and like she said, again, when I was like, my leadership is teaching me how to do this, and if you are ahead of him, you're letting him lick something out his mouth, why do you think he's not out here trying to think he can do that to them? Because technically you're sexually assaulting him by having him eat something out of your mouth. But we're female, so that's technically not sexual assault. That's her liking him, or people think it's cute when a woman does it. And I'm just like, that's the problem. There's so many double standards on both sides. And that's why, like you said, like we work so hard to break those barriers, and then we're taught to be those barriers. And it's just like, when do we win? And I think we have a long ways to go.
I wonder if maybe the conversation, and not to try to take away from the female aspect of it, but as y'all speaking, I'm thinking about it, and I was thinking about my time on the boat, and it's like, I honestly don't really know too many men who weren't sexually assaulted. It's just, we didn't really call it that. We were just being guys goofing off, but like, no, if I walk up and smack your butt or smack you in the penis, that's sexual assault, bro. But it's just like, nah, this is what dudes do. You know what I mean? Dom is like, what are y'all into?
The whole other world. But no, I genuinely, like, I'm shocked, but I'm not, because the I feel like growing up in our country in particular, and living in a time now where you kind of get exposed to the fact that all these things are happening on a scale that you never knew of before. It's not shocking in that manner, but when you really like dig into it and think about it, it's like, how do you get away from it? You say 90% don't report, and then the ones that do, nothing happens to the accused, but everything happens to the accuser. And so I'm just sitting here like, how do you get away from that? How do you even start to go about changing that in this environment that you have to be in? Like what do you do?
It's the culture. It's when you're raised by people who are putting this idea about women and how you should interact with them. Like, you were talking about the jokes you guys make, how the guys interact with each other. They're tapping each other's nuts, teabagging this, talking about how they're gonna go and sleep with this girl, this girl, this girl. So if that's ingrained in you from the second that you join, and you're looking up to all of these leaders, these people who you want to be just like them, like, oh, I can't wait to be like my sergeant, and then this is how the culture breeds. And when something happens, it's minimized. So I was sexually assaulted. I was not raped. I was sleeping and he came into my room and touched me. And I woke up to him touching me. And I struggled so hard to know, like, is this worth reporting? Like, do I rate it? And then my friend told me that she was raped. And I was like, okay, now I can report it because that's serious. But what happened to me, I could live with like, oh yeah, I was just touched appropriately where I didn't want to. And I did. I told myself like I wasn't sexually assaulted, but no, the whole time I definitely was. And I had to go to counseling for like years about it, and I had like nightmares and all kinds of things. And just because it felt like I had so much internal conflict, and it's something that I had to work through professionally because I couldn't figure it out by myself.
Yeah.
Did you get judged at all for going to counseling?
Girl.
I know in the Navy, that's a stigma. Like if you're going to counseling,
So
It's beyond
Yeah.
a stigma. It's a sin.
yeah, yeah.
So just getting believed that something happened to you in the military when you tell, or in life, a woman who says that something happened to her, for them to be believed and taken seriously, huge step. That's where to start. If someone tells you they're sexually assaulted, believe them. Don't automatically be like, oh no, you have to prove it. I shouldn't have to prove that I wasn't raped or sexually assaulted. And that's one thing the military does terribly, is just believing. But furthermore, once you do report, the process is painstakingly hard. It was harder, the process getting him to jail, than it was going through the trauma initially. Because one, you're innocent until proven guilty. So he lives 2 doors down from me. I had to get a military protective order against him, so that we couldn't be within, I think it was like 500 feet of each other. But we're still in the same unit. He's still going to work. I'm still going to work. I see him at the chow hall. I see him at the PX. So they're collecting all this evidence. They're going through all these things, and it took 1.5 years. So people
That's
hear
when you
that,
have to see his face like multiple times a day,
Yeah.
every single day.
and the rumors start spreading, and they're like, she said she was sexually assaulted, but he's still walking around, so obviously she's lying. You know, and you're not allowed to talk about your case because it's an ongoing case. So you're literally just stuck there getting all these rumors, and I'm experiencing nightmares. I'm going through all this stuff, internal conflict. His friends don't believe that anything happened to me. He's still a sergeant walking around in charge of other women who are standing up for him and telling his story at court. And I'm trying to prove to my unit still that I'm capable of being a Marine. I can still shoot a rifle. Please don't take that away from me. I'm not mentally insane. Like, I just need help. So my leadership did an amazing job of keeping it under wraps as best as they could. But yeah, like I would have to go to counseling on a Tuesday, and everyone's like, well, why is she gone? And I know for me, it wasn't that bad, but for other people who seek help for anything, mental health wise, it's like way worse than going for if you hurt your back. There's so much stigma around it. and worrying about if it'll ruin your career or not.
Yeah. What was some of the stigmas like around mental health for you, Rachel, in the Navy?
Well, working with guns, like, it's definitely a big deal. So, like, if anybody in my division specifically was going to counseling, they couldn't be around the guns. They couldn't be around ammunition. They couldn't be around anything that could possibly be used to hurt somebody. Well, that's our entire job. So then it's like, okay, you don't actually have a problem. You just are lazy and you don't want to work. That's what it is. So that's like the stigma there. The biggest one, at least in my circle. But there's also just like, oh, they're crazy. Like, they're just seeking attention. There's just nothing, there's no support at all. Like, if you find out somebody's having a hard time and going to get help, it's judge them, don't help them. Or at least in my experience. Was it the same for you, Sina, or was it a little bit different?
A little. I don't. Again, I really think it had to do with my MOS because we were some. I would tell you, like I said, in that building, they were like, "Oh, you going to mental health? Cool. What day's your appointment on? We can go the same day." Like, they were really. I think they made it more of a joke than taking it serious. Like, people be like, "Oh, well, if you go to mental health, then I got a problem too." So now everybody in the building got a problem, and and it came more of a how, like you said, it really did become how to get out of work. I need this in my medical documentations because people are already plotting from day one how they gonna retire and get that disability. And the people who are truly suffering from any type of mental health, depending on what it is, it really got swept under the rug because so many people use it as a joke and a scheme and a Ponzi to do whatever it is that they want to do in our work environment. And since our fingers can move wherever we are, they tend to let certain things get by, and it's not because I have heard in different units. So in the Army, we have units, then it's battalions, and then it's all sorts of things. So like within our units, the people we work with every day. So but I can hear that someone in the 29th, what's this infantry, like if they had it, now them men are clowning and making that other person feel useless. So then again, so when they go do counseling and do those things, now it's shunned upon and they're scared and they're belittled like crazy. But for the women who do it, they just feel like it's a typical woman doing a typical woman thing. We have mental issues about everything to them. So it's just like, cool. But if Charlie goes, it's like, Charlie, what's really wrong with you? What's really wrong? Like, why are you lying? And it's crazy because it's like, why can't he have any mental? And to be honest, and that's why they walk around not being taken care of, and crazy things happen.
Yeah.
Because the men are swept under the rug. Where for the Army, women doing it is just like, yes, go. Matter of fact, I'll sign your slip. How many days a week do you need to go? I'll sign, and that's for us. For that side, in the beginning when I was a private, no. But again, it was my female master sergeant who gave me, the worst experience. She wasn't there. Like, I had a tragedy happen. So versus being there to say, okay, you might need to go to mental health just to make sure you're good, it was suck it up, shut up, and get back to work. And then that's when I lost my shit and jumped over the table because I'm like, yeah, I forgot that you were a master sergeant for a whole 2 minutes. So, and then it was my issue. Then I'm an aggressive soldier now, and now I'm a insubordinate soldier because my master sergeant thought it was okay to dismiss my tragedy in life versus help. So
Right.
it was good and bad. So, and again, it was a female. When it came to the males, they were like, "You sure you good? Why are you here? Like, I don't think you should be back yet." Where they were like, Shit happens. Suck it up.
Mm.
You know.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a whole life tragedy, but I was angered by something, and I honestly don't remember what it was. And I cussed. I mean, mouth of a sailor. It's famous for a reason. And my master chief heard me say, I think the F-bomb. And he goes, Beglin, that's not ladylike. And I'm like, I thought I was a sailor, not a lady master chief. What? Like, why the double standard there? And he
Yeah.
didn't like that clap back either. So then I got more trouble.
So as we start to wind down, kind of would like to hear a little bit about some of the highlights and the things that you've enjoyed and the places that you've seen and the people that you've met. You know, those things. Like I was telling you guys earlier, and I'll forever tell everybody, I'm not one of those people who's gonna like recommend to anybody to be in the military. I'm just not. But I think just like all things in life, there's a lot of good and a lot of bad in it, right? And I don't want to say that we spent a lot of time talking about the bad, but it was just being real, you know. And I think it was just things that need to be spoken. I think it's really easy to read certain articles about female soldiers in Fort Hood or in other places and feel like this is an isolated incident when in reality this is happening all over the military everywhere there's people stationed, and it's not just happening to women, you know. And so yeah, but I do want to kind of get into some of the things that you've learned and enjoyed from your time in, even from you, Rachel, after deciding that 4 years was far more than enough.
I would, I do want to say, if I was 18, I would do it again. I even with all of the bad, knowing everything I know now, I would do it again.
But you'd
It's
still get out
just,
after 4.
as I said in the beginning, it's ingrained in you. If you want a family, this isn't the place for you.
Yeah.
And I do want a family. And it was it was presented by leadership that like often. So I kind of adopted the mindset at some point that I didn't want to use the Navy to pay my medical bills for having kids, kind of thing. Like, which sounds ridiculous now, but
Better use
it's
that,
like,
Navy.
that's what it was. And I was like, no, if I'm going to get out, or if I'm going to have a family, I need to get out. So I got out 100% just so I could have a family. But all in all, like I was for a while, I was the only female gunner's mate, and in my work center, and like my work center didn't really interact with the other work centers, so it was just me and a bunch of guys, and they did want to like celebrate that sometimes. So I got a lot of great opportunities. I got to go on board like the HMS Lancaster, which was a British ship, and see how they do it. And that was amazing. And I mean, shooting guns is fun. And we got to do that every single day underway. So I've been to so many countries, and the MWR tours were amazing. And I never said this, but I'm from a tiny town in southern Idaho where I grew up as sheltered could be. So my goal in the Navy was just to grow up and see the world. And I grew up and I saw the world. So even though there are definite negatives, I would definitely do it again.
Yo, those guns, they are fun. I don't know if your husband told you, but him and I were on scat together, and every time they called man scat, we used to love it. He was like, man scat.
He did. He has told me that the gunner's mates on your ship were not great, so I take offense to that.
He
I'm
put
not
it
one of
kindly.
those. Okay, I'm great.
What about Miss Abigail? What about you?
Oh man, I obviously love the Marine Corps. I'm still in after everything I've been through, and I'm still gonna keep going. I plan on staying in and doing my full 20. So the Marine Corps has given me a family. I've met lifelong friends. I've met my boyfriend, and I'm traveling the world right now. I'm in Kazakhstan, and I am going to Niger, Africa soon. for a year.
He's
Like
like, that's from Borat.
where else would I be able to do all this stuff and get paid to do it? I'm in school full time and I got my personal trainer certificate. Like I'm accomplishing all my life goals all at once. And it's setting me up so much for my future. So the benefits are crazy good for me, especially during this time. If I would have gotten out, I would have been out right before COVID hit. And like, what would I have done? I feel so bad for people who had no clue what was coming up. So I kind of stay in because I'm scared of the real world. But that's a whole other thing. I have so many good things to say.
Mhm.
I don't know.
There's a power in that honesty, though. Like, there's a lot of people who convince themselves that they stay in because they want to or because they're good at it or they're good leaders. In reality, they're just like ruining all of the, the junior enlisted people under them with their bad attitudes. And so it's like to be honestly aware of where you're at in your enlistment and say, okay, this is where I'm at. It kind of helps you navigate in such a way where you're not putting off any energy unintentionally because you're honest, Stina.
I was just thinking my major one day went around the room, everybody in the units there, and she wanted to know why every person joined the military. Every last person said something along the lines, money, benefits, school. And she was like, I am really disappointed that no one said because of patriotism. Like, no one's in here because they want to fight for their country. And I said, yeah, because like she said, I think the real world tells us we have two options. Either going to go to college or you're going to go into the military. And if you don't do one of them, you're going to pretty much be homeless. So I think 90% of the people go out of fear. And mine was, I need to take care of my family. So I'm going to go over here. Like she said, there's 101 things that we can probably say that's negative, but I can give you the same amount of positive as well. I was just saying, I miss it. I got out in September 2019. I have moments where I miss it like crazy. Like I miss putting my uniform on. I miss knowing when I go to work that people want me as their admin. You know what I'm saying? Like we never had any problems in my company. So like, and yes, it was hard. People take credit for my work all the time when I was in there, and it pissed me off. But I mean, it was the world we lived in. But like she said, I traveled. I've been to Hawaii, Japan. Like I just been all over the place. And like, where else would have been able to do that and get paid for it? And to be honest, I miss things like the benefit. On the 1st and the 15th, what you're going to get paid. It doesn't deviate. It doesn't matter if you go to work. It doesn't matter if you're homesick. Like I didn't give a darn. Like I missed them 12 weeks after you have a child. Like all those, like I said, they can take care of you if you know what you're doing. Yeah. And one of the things, even though that I'm out, I have strived to learn everything that I possibly can on the benefits that we're lacking, that people don't know until you're already out. Like you probably missed so many opportunities to get these certain things because your leadership failed you to say, hey, before you get out, there's an out processing process. And even with our out processing process, it's missing so many holes. Like there's so many. So part of me is like still in it because I'm still learning benefits that I can still get. And like you said, your back hurts, you can get benefits. Like it's my duty as a service member to not let I feel like any soldier not know what I know. Like and they hold on to the information like it's their money, it's their benefits. I'm like, what are you doing with it? Like, why does it matter that why are you the only one that's able to sleep good at night and it'd be okay? And if she's doing, like she said, she's still in, she has, 12 more years to go, and you should have someone right now telling you every step of the process, like, so this is what your next step is, this is what you need to be doing. So when you do hit 20, like my friend, she just retired and it's hell for her. They didn't process her DD-214 because there were certain steps that she missed, and she got so focused on getting out that she forgot a whole lot of steps. And there was nowhere there to teach her along the way. So stuff like that I still miss. Like, it makes me want to go back, and just because I'm like, none of my soldiers who got out are suffering. None of them. If anything, like, no, they're living their best life on that GI Bill that they had 100% disability. Like, that's what type of leaderships were lacking, and that's what part makes me miss it. But I can
it's-
say 100 good things about the military that I love and dislike. I don't miss that PT test, but but I miss the after the PT test. Like where we used to go and binge and hang out because everybody passed, or if you failed, like, dang, you see.
I had this one second class, and like every PT test, right before we were like, okay, we're gonna smoke a cigarette to open up our lungs, right?
My chief was that same way. He was like, gotta get these lungs moving.
We
I
crush
don't
it
understand
and
that.
then go to
I just
McDonald's
remember
and get
people who
milkshakes
smoked before the PT
and
test.
it was crazy. Oh man, it's so funny as you were speaking, Cena. It's like I was thinking, man, I wonder what your major would say, because as you're talking about like missing it and the things that you would like to do for other soldiers, it sounds very patriotic of you.
No, what it sounds is very human of me, because I feel like if you have information that can make the next person that life better, why are you harvesting it? Like, what are you doing holding on to it? It's not going to do you no good to know how, if I know a way to make $1,000,000, what does it do me any good to hold it from you if you say, yo, say I want to make $100? Cool, I got a way. Here's the idea. People are holding on to information like it's only theirs, and like, I don't understand why people are not sharing information. Like, why can't we all be happy and healthy and living and doing what we need to do? People harvest stuff for vengeance reasons. They want to hold stuff over people's heads and say, yo, if you do this for me, I can help you here. And that's, to me, that's not human. Like that's not the right way to treat other people. Like,
I
it's
agree.
just not. Like, why be a dick if you don't have to be? Excuse me.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, my
Like, you
wife
think I'm
probably
just saying, I'ma
asking,
keep
like, yeah,
this
Charlie,
info.
why? But so now we're gonna close. What we do at the end of every conversation is we give each of our guests 1 minute to share their final thoughts. And the final thoughts is just what it is that you would like for all of our viewers, or even another guest maybe, to take away from the conversation. I'm trying to think of how I want to frame it. Yeah, yesterday yeah, I'm gonna give each of you a minute to tell what the female experience is like through your perspective in whatever branch you served in. Good, bad, whatever. A minute. Like, so you say whatever you want to, but you got a minute. And let's start with Cena.
Tell me when to go.
Go.
Okay, cool.
Tell me when to go.
I need my whole minute, you know what I'm saying? But I feel like that being a woman is hard. In the military, out the military. It's just sticking by your own integrity, sticking by your own beliefs, sticking by what you believe in, and just really getting down to treating people like you want to be treated. I would say if anybody is interested, because I'm all for the military, I'm not opposed to it, I'm not against it. I would just say do your research. Don't talk to your recruiter as your research. Talk to people, listen to podcasts like this. Get real insight so you can go in there with your eyes open, the information known, so you can make a decision that's based on facts and not ratings for that month or whatever recruiters need. So I say it's like life. It's good, it has bad. It's really what you make of it.
Time. We were blocking you over here. No, we wasn't blocking. Abigail.
All right. Same. I highly recommend the military to people. It will teach you how to grow up, especially if you join when you're young. You'll find a family. For women in the Marine Corps, yes, you're going to work harder. Yes, the standards aren't the same yet for physical fitness, but we're working towards it. Every year that I've been in, everything's gotten harder and women keep rising to the occasion. So women are capable. It's just, you just got to keep working. And I know that as time goes on, the experience I've seen with the sisterhood has grown and grown, and it's not women against women anymore. We're standing up for each other, and we're all working on the same fight towards becoming one big, just Marine Corps, not female Marines, not male Marines. Everything's moving in the right direction. And
Pardon the break in normalcy, but something that you just said, like one of the things that I like to do is imagine how some crusty somebody somewhere would respond to the things that people would say, right? And so what I thought of as you were speaking is like some crusty Marine somewhere listening at you talk about not the female Marines or the male Marines, just the one big old Marines, and they're like, you know the crusty people I'm talking about. What would be like a response to that? Like them being offended at you, like thinking this is that Gen Z millennial inclusion type stuff, where in reality it's just like, nah, people deserve to be treated like people, you know?
that's the thing, like women have consistently shown up and done it. So like, what do you have to say? How can you argue that we aren't the same when we've literally been doing the same things? And the argument for Marines, at least, is that women don't have to run as fast or do as many pull-ups on our physical fitness test. That is the only thing that they ever have to say. But that is something that the Marine Corps is one working on. But also, when the Marine Corps was built, it was not made for women, so they didn't know how to integrate them. And the standards were made for a time that is not current time, but it also takes time to build muscle and to gain strength and to get faster. So it can't change overnight. It's going to take time, and it has been over the last, since I've joined. Like I said, every year it's gotten harder. So, and every year women show up and we're not getting kicked out because we can't meet it. We just have to train, and we are. And we've been fighting. We went to war the past 2 wars with men and did the same things. So we're the same Marines.
All right. And last but not least, Miss Rachel.
I would say that I want to be very clear that I'm only speaking from my experience and not the experience of every female that's joined the Navy or was even there for their 4 years. In the Navy, there's a huge saying like, "This isn't the real Navy. You haven't seen the real Navy yet." That's every single place you go. So, what that means to me is that everybody has a different Navy. The Navy is changing every single day. And just because that was my experience doesn't mean that it's going to be someone else's experience. Also, to kind of poke fun, the opposite of Abigail's thing, the Navy's consistently getting easier. So you don't want to run that fast. We got a spot for you.
Out here recruiting.
But yeah, like, and the same, I do think it was great. And there are amazing things. Like, I know so much about like pneumatics and electronics and like just things that I would never have the opportunity to learn about because of the Navy. So I am grateful for it, but it didn't come at no cost. So definitely just go in with your eyes open, like Sina said, and do your due diligence and figure out what you're signing up for. That's me.
I like it. Mr. Dom?
Yeah, man, I don't you keep asking me final thoughts. I'm like, I've never served. I don't have final thoughts.
I don't have thoughts.
But what I do want to do is I want to thank you guys for coming on and for being willing to share as much as you shared. I said the same thing yesterday. Like, I'm learning so much that I feel like I never would have known. Both of my parents are veterans, but even with that, there's still so much that I didn't know before that I'm learning now. So I appreciate you willing to come on and share. I appreciate you serving. Yeah, that's all I can say really, is just thank you for being willing to share that insight that I feel like we all need a little bit more of.
I stand with Dom. I don't have final thoughts on what it's like to be a female in the military. I have no experience there. I just know that it's not hard to listen when people are speaking. So if you have a female in your life that you love and care about or anything like that, just listen, believe them, all that stuff. You know, like it's not hard, it's not rocket science. Again, thank you all for joining us. This has been a lovely conversation filled with so much insight and perspective and a lot of laughs. Definitely, I enjoyed it. It's definitely my favorite one so far. Don't tell the people yesterday that though. I'm going to close us in some prayer, and then we're going to jump on out of here. God, we just thank you that we were able to come together and have a dope conversation with these ladies about their experiences in the military, some of the traumas, some of the hurts, but some of the joys, the laughs, the fun that has been had and will forever be had in the military. We know that the military isn't an inherently bad place or inherently bad place for women, but we know that it has its obstacles. And so I just pray that anybody that comes across this conversation would not just hear it, but take the next step of action and being a part of the change so that we don't have to hear these stories anymore about people being traumatized by people that they're doing life with. I pray that this conversation would reach everywhere that you called it to reach. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. All right. Well, again, thank you guys for being willing to come on and talk to us. Thank you for everyone that was hanging out with us, whether you were on Facebook or Twitch. We appreciate you interacting and listening to these stories with us. Make sure you join us tomorrow at the same time. We're going to be talking about racism in the military to kind of close out our military week. So thinking that's going to be a good one. So make sure you're there.
It is.
Yeah, 6 p.m. Eastern time as usual. And with that, we are out. You guys enjoy your night.